Hey everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XVI. When we left off, we battled Ultima. And I guess we technically won, but he continues to live because he's a god. And he went and hid in a giant cocoon, we'll call it, that was sucking up ether. And it continues to be bad in the world. That's where we are. Alright, well, I think that's pretty accurate. Speak with Otto in the... Oh, I thought it said speak with Otto about the mess. I'm like, yeah, he did make a mess, didn't he? But no. That's not what it says. So let's see, we got a new letter, new thing at Karen, new thing at Blackthorn. Definitely gonna stop by, talk to Harpocrates. We got the State of the Realm. Not good. I feel like Vivian could just say that. State of the Realm, not good. Let's start with Byron. Hello, Byron.
Did you know that it was I who convinced His Imperial Highness to join you in Stone here? All right, it may be that he was of a mind to do so already, but it was I who told him where you'd be.
Good job, Byron. You done well. You actually did. Dion.
I have wronged so many. Ruined thousands of lives. I did not deserve to be saved. But save me, you and your brother did. Your uncle too forgave me my sins. Offered me a chance at redemption. Yours is a fine family, Ifrit. Cherish it.
It's the Bard.
Enthroned in sable skies, chaos in wars. From diverse hands a dawn is spun in crimson sin unfurls.
Well, it was alright, Bard.
Tom said you destroyed all the mother crystals. No, he didn't. There's still the black one up in the sky.
I'm working on that. That's a mother crystal?
Not a word in this one either.
Is he gonna tell me about chocobos again?
Sid, did you know
No,
that
I don't
chocobos
care
are
about
far
your
more resilient to
chocobos.
the
All right,
effects of
goodbye.
ether?
I was wondering when next you'd visit. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before.
Wow, that gave me a lot.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Alright, persons of interest. Clive. As Mythos, dominant of the second icon of fire, Ifrit. Unlike the other dominants, Clive has the curious power to absorb icons from their hosts and wield their strength as his own. The being known as Ultima appears to crave this same power, identifying Clive as Mythos, a vessel for power unlimited. However, Clive refuses to surrender himself to Ultima's will, making of this godlike being another enemy in his fight to build a world where people can live on their own terms. Dion. Meeting with Clive, dominant, a Bahamut, Warden of Light. Knowing all too keenly how Ultima's machinations are ushering the world to its doom after the events in Twinside, Dion pledges his allegiance to Clive and Joshua Rossfield, arriving on the Enterprise just in time to ride to the brothers' rescue in Stonehere. Edda. Oh, she's at the hideaway. I should visit. First encounter a young woman with child who made her home in the Waluda village of Isla and is now the only surviving member. Let's see. At the hideaway, a young woman with child who made her home in the Waluda village of Isla. After the Arche sky spread across the land, her fellow villagers turned to Kashyyyk and departed for reverie, leaving her alone, afraid and in hiding. By fortune, she was found by Clive and Gav, who took her back to the safety of the hideaway. It is speculated that the reason she survived is because the child growing inside her is a bearer, and thus more able to resist the effects of ether. Ultima. To whom kings kneel? Is this new? The otherworldly being behind much of the tragedy and turmoil that has plagued Valisthea, and the creature King Barnabas of Alud worships as his god. Ultima requires a vessel in which to inculcate his disembodied soul, and Clive's curious ability to absorb the powers of other icons suggests that he is the very mythos that Ultima has long awaited. He wills Clive to absorb the other icons that his vessel might be perfected. And within the interdimensional rift, one of a race of ancient godlike beings, it was their creation of magic that led to the rise and spread of the Blight, the few survivors of their race fleeing to the unspoilt land of Valisthea to attempt to remake the world. For this, they created the Mother Crystals to harvest huge amounts of ether, and sowed the seeds of humanity, that it might one day produce a vessel strong enough to channel it, that the humans would one day develop wills of their own, they did not foresee. Alright, lay of the land. What's going on? Other than bad. The Kingdom of Walud. After the capital's fall, the sole surviving nation in Ash shortly after the death of Barnabas Tharm, Scion of Zemeckis, and Catspaw of Ultima, Drake's head was shattered, leaving the capital of Stonehere without Mother Crystal and King. Stonehere. Basic information, capital of the Kingdom of Walud, located on the coast of Frigg's Calm, Ash's northernmost bay. Its Mother Crystal, Drake's Spine, sits just offshore and is connected to the city proper via a massive span that legends say required 100 years and an entire mountain's worth of stone to construct. Let's see, after the nation's fall, capital of the Kingdom of Walud, located on the coast of Frigg's Calm, Ash's northernmost bay. Its Mother Crystal, Drake's Spine, was eventually destroyed by Cid and his allies, but by this time the city had already been lost. Its leader perished atop a distant spire, its citizens reduced to mindless thralls, and its streets claimed by orcs and masterless beasts. Drake's Spine, after the Mother... Well, actually, basic information. Mother Crystal situated in Stonehere, capital of the Kingdom of Walud. Its sheer walls strikingly similar to the towering cliffs that line the coasts of Ash. The interior can only be gained by means of a solitary stone span that stretches from the heart of the city proper. Being the last remaining Mother Crystal on Ash, the crystals harvested from its surface are a vital lifeline for the Waluder people. But even then, their number is far from enough to sate the kingdom's appetite, thus forcing her king to seek sources elsewhere. And after the Mother's fall, a Mother Crystal that towered over Stonehere, capital of the Kingdom of Walud. The fall of Drake's tail meant that, for a brief moment, it was the last remaining Mother Crystal in Valisthea. That moment, however, ended abruptly when the spine fell following Clive's otherworldly struggle with Ultima. The fall of Drake's Spine. In the year 878, the Waluder capital of Stonehere, already besieged by Akashic and Beastmen, was rocked yet further by the destruction of its Mother Crystal, Drake's Spine, at the hands of Cid the Outlaw and his companions. The Crystalline Dominion. Following the emergence of Origin, a once independent state straddling the continents of Storm and Ash, Sambraquois dominance here and with it, Sambraquois dominance here and with it, any semblance of order, was brought crashing down in the bloody coup led by Prince Dion Lesage. Not long afterward, Twinside's luckless inhabitants were subjected to further misfortune when the fall of the realm's final Mother Crystal at Drake's Spine caused an ancient construct to rise from beneath their city, sowing death and devastation in its wake, and effectively decimating the already reduced populace. Then we have the interdimensional rift. Basic information. A place beyond space and time, termed both a rift between worlds and our darkness by its creator, Ultima. Clive and Joshua were forcibly summoned here by the mad deity that they might reflect upon their transgressions. And then hidden truths. Clive and Joshua were forcibly summoned here by the mad deity when they ventured too close to the heart of Drake's spine. Upon fighting their way free, the pair emerged to find that their victory over Ultima had resulted in the shattering of the Mother Crystal. An origin, the vast structure that lay dormant beneath the crystalline dominion for countless centuries. When Ultima's scheme reached its final stages, it was summoned from the depths, sowing untold destruction and leaving bleak black skies in its wake. It eerily resembles a Mother Crystal. Alright, apparently I missed one. What did I miss? Where's the little red dot? I don't see one. Oh, Valisthea. Let's see. Hidden Truths. A realm comprising the twin continents of Storm and Ash, over which the Mother Crystals once stood vigil. Countless eons ago, Ultima arrived here, fleeing the blight that devoured his own homeland and resolved to rebuild the world and usher in a new and final age of pure reason. It was he who placed the Mother Crystals in each corner of the land that they might harvest the ether he needed to achieve this end. Alright, Mysteries of the Realm. The Mother Crystals. Their true purpose. Enormous glassy mountains that once towered over the lands of Valisthea, providing the crystal that the people of the twins relied upon in their everyday lives, while at the same time leeching ether from the earth. Clive and Joshua learn that they were planted here by Ultima for that very purpose, that the creature might accumulate enough ether to cast a supremely powerful spell, one that would remake the world. The Deadlands. Hidden Truths. Barren wastes where the ether has dried up entirely and no longer gives the land life. Not only does this render magic all but unusable, but the ground and water are also stained darkest black, and not even the smallest seedling grows. Little to the knowledge of most Valistheans, the spreading blight is in fact driven by the Mother Crystals that drain away the land's ether for Ultima's ends. Though the beings flew to Valisthea to escape the blight, overuse of magic by the human civilizations that followed only succeeded in despoiling this last unblemished land. Magic. Basic information. The art of channeling ether to make one's imagination manifest. This can take the aspect of one of the 8 elements: fire, water, wind, earth, ice, thunder, light, and dark, or more rarely be unaspected. While bears and dominants can cast spells at will, others require crystal to do so. Magic is a part of everyday life for the people of Valisthea, making it all but unlivable when they are deprived of its gift. And channeling. The art of channeling ether to make one's imagination manifest. Bearers and dominants can cast magics without a crystal, but this comes at a cost relative to the amount of ether channeled. The crystal's curse that petrifies their flesh. For this reason, Ultima's incorporeal form prevents him from casting the supremely powerful spell with which he means to remake the world, and so he seeks a vessel strong enough to withstand the torrents of ether required. Great beasts. The behemoths and Fafnirs of the realm, large, dangerous beasts to whom all others bow. These creatures ruled for generations as the kings of great forests or tall peaks, only to be driven from their homes by the blight and forced into unwelcome contact with humanity. They tend to have little tolerance for ethereal exposure, so it is common for them to turn Akashic on the merest contact with an ether flood. Ultima's thralls, unmasked. Soulless automata, largely composed of ether whose only drive is to see their creator's will is done. They appeared all over Valisthea after Ultima brought about primogenesis, and the skies of the realm fell dark. What was the basic or masked? Twisted, glowing blue creatures that awaited Clive and Jill deep within Phoenix Gate to try and prevent them from gaining the innermost recesses of the Apoditary. Logos, where Ultima uses mythos to describe the vessel he has long awaited, one into which he can pour his soul and cast his supreme spell. Logos indicates its blasphemed form, a vessel over which the will of another has complete claim, making of itself a false god. And sin. In Ultima's eyes, mankind's greatest sin is the awakening of free will, his servants straying from the path their creator laid out for them and forging one of their own. However, Clive contends that this is a sin by which Ultima is equally bestained. And indeed, if humanity is indeed Ultima's creation, does not their every action, every emotion stem from him? New world. The paradise Ultima seeks to summon into creation, one free from the blight that almost ended his race. Though Barnabas believed that he and his fellow faithful would be allowed to join his deity there, he was mistaken. Only Ultima and his kin shall have a place in this new paradise. A paradise freed not only from blight, but from humanity. Alright, and then the bestiary, Ifrit Risen, Hidden Truths. The two icons of fire united as one, with a might that far exceeds either icon alone. With the body of Ifrit and the wings of the phoenix, its appearance closely resembles that of Ultima, as depicted in the ancient murals of the Circle of Malleus. Could this be the final true form of the vessel that Ultima requires to remake the world? Infernal Icon. A form long since discarded by Ultima that brings to mind Ifrit, the icon manifested by Clive. It is seemingly incomplete, lacking as it does the wings of the being created when Clive and Joshua combined the powers of Ifrit and the Phoenix. Interdimensional Ultima. In order to further test the strength of the vessel Mythos, Ultima lured both Clive and Joshua deep into the shadowy depths of his fractured mind, where he faced the brothers clad in the remnants of his erstwhile flesh, the Infernal Icon. And behemoths. Towering agents of destruction known for their distinctive dual horns and a roar that can topple the mighty heavens. Simply the mention of one has been known to instill fear in the hearts of even the most seasoned of warriors, and as such, few ever venture to hunt these beasts of legend, leaving them to roam the blackened hills of ash undisturbed. That is, save the scant few the royal army has somehow remarkably managed to fetter and tame for deployment on the front lines of battle. Alright, that's
always welcome, Clive.
all the new information. Are there more Ultimas we have not seen? It makes it seem like it. It does, but at the same time, it also implies that, like, basically the entirety of his race was, like, wiped out, or most of it.
What do you mean I can't have another loaf?
Oh, you've had 9 already.
Jeez, man, 9 loaves of bread?
Is this the last of the mother crystals, do you think? Or could there be others buried out there?
There's not like a fuck-off crystal hanging over the horizon to sour your ale.
Oh. Molly.
Always one more job to do, isn't there, Clive?
I know. Let me talk to Karen.
Still alive, are ya?
Still alive.
Go on, then.
Said there was something new. Is it the stuff that Goots had? I guess so.
Is that all?
What about you, Blackthorn? Same thing?
What do you want?
Oh, he can do Defender +1. Oh, wow, it's actually better than Ragnarok? That seems odd. Takes a behemoth shackle. Well, I guess I may as well. Better than Ragnarok. Actually, hold on. Can I make this? No. I still need a dark steel and an aura chalcum. Alright, well, I guess I may as well.
No scratches, right?
Ouroboros. Oh, I can make this now. Wait, I thought I had. I guess not. Okay. I'll make it. Oh, wait, that takes another aura chalcum, though. I don't know if I should do that. Will I get enough aura chalcum to finish my sword? Because I'd rather have the sword. Let's just wait.
Anything else?
Let's just wait. Alright, let me go check in on the state of the realm. Which, like I said, she could just say bad. That'd be accurate.
Origin, he called it. But the origin of what?
It's not often our entire merry flock returns home to roost at once. I expect I should be wishing you good luck.
I wonder if we can see it in the sky. I doubt it. Wait. Oh, yes, we can. There it is. Yeah, that's ominous.
What is it?
It's the end, is what it is.
There's something about it. I feel like it's calling to me.
Uh-oh. Don't you dare turn a caching.
What will it be today? What is it that you wish to learn?
The Grand Cast.
Here's the latest information I have.
All right. The cracking of the spine. Drake's spine falls, and at long last, the history of the Mother Crystals comes to a close. And yet, the world is far from saved. Stonehere's streets still crawl with maddened monsters, while an even greater evil emerges from deep beneath the ruins of Twinside. Situation
Here you
map.
are.
The fall of Drake's spine. Clive and Joshua arrive at Stonehere only to find the city crawling with Akashic. They make for the Mother Crystal, but are accosted by Ultima and transported away into his darkness. There, the brothers' bonds succeed in repelling Ultima once more, and together they shatter Drake's spine.
Thus ends today's lesson.
Alright, let me go check the letter in my office. A new life. While the going was slow and not without the occasional run-in with some straggling orc, I saw Edda back safe to the Shadow Coast where Mid was waiting kindly with the Enterprise. On the voyage home, I like to think the poor lass opened up a little, telling us about her life and the life she wants for her baby. But I suppose it's up to us now to make certain the little one gets it. Gav. Alright, I have not seen Edda here. Let's see if we can find her. She's supposedly here. Maybe she's in the infirmary.
Twinside's hundreds of leagues away. That'd mean the crystal is
Massive. Aye.
I don't think we have any new hunts, but let's see. Nope, did them all. Alright, Edda, where you at?
I nearly collapsed back there. It's just a touch of the vapors. I'll be fine.
These skies are taking their toll on the hideaway, Clive. I can mend a broken arm, but a broken spirit is beyond my talents.
Ty's tea stopped the fits. I only hope they stay stopped.
Oh, there she is.
Thank you, my lord, for taking me in. Everyone here has been so kind. It reminds me of home.
Yay, she's safe. Okay, let's go talk to Otto.
Still alive, I see. Something tells me that eyesore on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck then.
Is this everyone?
As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well,
the Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canva is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the Cursebreakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother Crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the Blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we gonna manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Thank you. Joshua seemed upset.
Both Joshua and Dion can fly. They could just fly us up there? This seems like a very easy problem to solve. Okay. I'm not quite sure why we're not doing that. Oh yeah, Shiva can fly too. Yeah, we got 3 people that can fly. Well, she can float. I don't know if she can like fly up that high, but she can float pretty high, so she might have a chance too. Yeah, this does not seem like a hard problem, but anyways. The plot calls for us to forget all that. All right, done. I'm with you. Apparently the state of the realm has updated, so I just want to check in with that real quick.
Take as long as you need, Clive. Just don't take too long, eh?
Back again? What is it that you wish to learn?
The Grand Cast. The advent of origin. The final Mother Crystal has fallen, but in its place arises something even more sinister. A bizarre, ancient relic that Ultima names Origin emerges from the ground beneath the crystalline dominion and becomes swathed in black, standing vigil in the Valisthian skies like some malevolent new Mother Crystal.
Here you are.
And the final battle. Clive and Joshua return to the hideaway and share what they learned of Ultima's true ambitions with their allies. Together, they swear to fight him to the end, that a new world might be created, not Ultima's, but one where his creations can finally live on their own terms.
The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
All right. Joshua, what's up?
Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be, but a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it, it won't be easy. It may take generations, centuries of suffering. And that is if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. Are you certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to, does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
Take as much time as you need, brother. Something tells me Ultima will wait.
Alright, let's go talk to Jill. Actually, thanks, Dion.
Say your farewells, and let us be gone.
All business with that one. Hey, it's the useless squire who never went to Eastpool.
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
It's almost time. Better make sure I haven't forgotten anything.
Huh. Apparently I have some new quests. A bunch of new quests. Jeez. Alright. Hey, what's up, Gab? What you doing hanging out here?
You alright?
Ask about Origin.
About that.
If there's anything I can do to help you kill this Ultima bloke, you just say the word, eh? You could promise to take Sid's name off my hands. Wait, I actually said something without saying something. That's a first.
Oi!
Don't even joke about that. Anyway, I thought you said you hadn't finished with it yet. That's so weird. I did, didn't I? Now, if you wanted to give me an even grander title, something to rival your Sid the Outlaw, that'd be a different story.
Let's see.
Gav the Magnificent, Gav the Almighty, Gav the Lionheart. Something along those lines. I'll leave that to you to decide. I'm sure you're more than capable of choosing the perfect moniker for Sid's right-hand man. Right-hand man, eh? I'll take it.
You off then?
Byron! What do you want? Ask about Origin. You're set on this plan of yours, then? I am.
Huh.
You never were one to shy away from a fight. Some might say it runs in the family. Ha! Your father would be proud.
Thank you, Uncle.
I know he'll be with us up there.
As for down here...
You may take comfort in the knowledge that the realm will be in my capable hands until you return. Ha 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 ha. Indeed. Three's company.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes? But such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
Agree to meet with the field marshal, if that is your wish.
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the field marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No, thank you, Clive. Don't worry, my boy. Rutherford is in Randalar this very moment, singing your praises to all and sundry. They'll adore you.
Alright, meet Havel at the gates of Randalar. Jeez, look at all this stuff going on. Crazy. Alright, so we want to go... Would that be Baklad? And then down here? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Alright, to Baklad. Also, apparently this merchant has something new. I wonder if it has that orchestrion roll I'm missing.
What are you looking for?
Orchestrion roll, do you have it? Nope, you're useless.
Farewell.
Do you see that too?
Pretty hard to miss.
There are many variations of the Zemeckis legend, but almost all agree that man was punished for presuming to set foot in the sanctum of the gods. Some describe it as holy, others heavenly, which is to say, of the heavens. Could it be that the baleful mass that now glowers over us is this very sanctum? Have the gods returned to pass judgment upon us once more?
Papa, what keeps it in the air? Why doesn't it fall?
Don't you go tempting fate, girl.
What is it?
Don't ask me.
Oh, please. Just make it stop. Make it stop.
I'm scared.
It's all right. I'm here.
Nothing good's gonna come of this, I'm telling you.
Just looking at it's enough to send a shiver down your spine.
Everyone's fascinated with that thing, and I don't blame them.
Good girl.
With the Akashic apparently everywhere, it's actually pretty peaceful out here.
It can't be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal. Oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
I didn't realize I was in Garuda. I didn't mean to pull him over. Alright, now I actually want you guys over here. Come on. Stop blocking me. Get over here. Torgal, those are mine. Alright, close enough. Charge it! Boom.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors! I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dhalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps.
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
Huh. An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience. Someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him at least.
Huh. Quentin, huh? I was actually wondering, like, who the heck do we have in mind? Apparently Quentin. Alright, so that will send us to Lost Wing. Although maybe I should have used the other fast travel. Oh well, I'm here now. I think there was one like right there. Well, they seem to be doing all right here. Hello, Scout.
I made sure our fallen comrades were laid to rest. And they can rest easy, knowing that their sacrifice wasn't in vain. That justice was done. As for us survivors, well, we've just got to keep at it. Keep the family together. For their sakes.
We may be bruised, we may be battered, but we won't stop fighting.
Master Quentin needs us now more than ever.
Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on then. Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Wow, we should just send this guy. He's got the gift of gab.
Any statesmen we speak with are liable to resist our entreaties if they feel that what little power remains to them is at stake. They must be dealt with skillfully. I shall not repeat the errors of my past.
Reckon Master Quentin could argue an egg back up a hen's quim if he set his mind to it.
A hen's quim. All right. Back to the hideaway. All right, Byron, it's done. Wait, where'd he go? Byron, why'd you move on me?
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution, and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quentin would probably call me one of his. but yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quentin can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with akashic?
You find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. 2 such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man!
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal!
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the bloody outlaw!
Once more onto the breach.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes, and I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the triunity. Rutherford, Mike Will. Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
Quest complete. We've got a peacekeeping corps, I guess. And we got the Triunity Accord. Signed by representatives from Rosaria, Dhalmekia, and Sembrek, this mutual accord sets the stage for a new age in Storm, if not officially, then at least in spirit. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Byron Rossfield. We also got the Breath of Darkness to reduce Heaven's Cloud cooldown time by 2.5 seconds. Yep. What's up, Bumpkins?
Sorry. Can't take you where you need to get to, but the Argo and me will be waiting when you get back.
What do you think that thing is?
It's a damn distraction, is what it is. Now back to work.
And how the hell is Sid gonna deal with that?
I don't know. I'll go ask him. Dion, what's up?
The hour fast approaches.
Ask about Origin.
My decision is made.
I shall carry you and your brother to Origin, that the Lesage name might live on in honor, not in infamy. Even if I should not. Your Highness? You're not...
You said it yourself.
This is a journey from which I may not return, and yet I am resolved to go. Ultima took much from me, and he means to strip us all of what little we have left.
He must be stopped.
Whatever the cost.
He must.
Thank you, Your Highness. You are as over-hasty as your brother. Save your thanks for when this is over.
I await your word.
While I admit I had my doubts at first, your man Quentin seems a reasonable sort. That and every moment he's talking instead of Havel, the better chance we'll have of setting things straight. You can trust in us, Clive, just as we trust in you.
Alright, I want to go see that accord in my room. The Triunity Accord. Signed in Port Isolde by representatives from Rosaria, Dhalmekia, and Sembrek, this mutual accord sets the stage for a new age in Storm, if not officially, then at least in spirit. Alright, well Joshua had a quest. Let's see what he wants.
Clive.
Ask about Origin.
This is it then, brother.
Our last dance with Ultima awaits. Only the Founder knows what awaits us up there.
Indeed.
But whatever we find, we shall overcome it. It would not do to disappoint our friends. They all believe in you, Clive. They would follow you to the ends of the earth if they could.
You're wrong.
My friends don't follow me. They spur me on. I couldn't have made it this far without them. Nor without you, Joshua. You gave me your blessing and made me your shield. Without you, I don't know how I would have even survived. Even when we were apart, you were always with me, and I trust you'll be with me now until the end.
Of course.
Whenever that may be. Where there's a will.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's... not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
His will? How? And where?
In the crypt, beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but... would you join me?
Go with Joshua to Tabor? Of course.
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are. Back to Tabor then. Not to be reunited with Yote this time, but with Father.
Alright. Tabor it is. Let's see. Here it is. What about you, merchant? Do you have a role?
Welcome, welcome.
Nope.
Go safely.
The bearer of the burning quill is within, my lord. Prithee enter.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
My beloved sons, I know that I ask much of you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms. And only with all Rosaria striving as one, might we at last overcome it. I have made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way. It shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for both of you. Your father, Elwyn.
An inheritance?
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the Blight spreading ever more widely across the Twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides. Those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it, at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Archduke Elwin's testament. Alright, so speak with Archduke Elwin's aid in the requitory?
This is the requiretory, an archive where we of the Undying collect and collate our findings. Fragments of Ultima's true nature surely lie buried within these pages. We have only to unearth them.
Ah, requiretory. What is this? Lord Cyril, acolytes stationed across Valisthea reported a curious change in the primeval structures that we have come to refer to as monoliths, following the fall of Drake's tail and the change in the skies. Allow me to present the preliminary findings of our archaeologians' investigations into those monoliths most near at hand. We were able to visually confirm the activation of the structure in the northern reaches of the Velcroy, but a sandstorm forced our temporary retreat. We will make a second attempt when the wind drops. In Dracos Deep, our team was able to make direct contact with the monolith. However, no further change was observed upon touching its surface, nor upon dealing it several stout blows with both fist and blade. Whatever the purpose of its activation, it would appear to be other than that of the defensive echoes. Wait, what? Whatever the purpose of its activation, it would appear to be other than that of the defensive echoes we have encountered among previous relics of the Fallen and their predecessors. We shall continue our investigations both of the monoliths proper and of any historical writings that might refer to them, and inform your lordship forthwith should they produce any discoveries of note. May the Phoenix's flames burn ever in your heart. Tomage, Second Order of Archaeologians. First Order of Archaeologians, Dalmatian Wing, 53rd Monthly Report. Item 1. Further discoveries from our acolyte ensconced within the recently displaced mountain dwellers' remote settlement. The diminutive tribe's main village appears to be in receipt of regular deliveries of supplies from Hugo Kupka's Men of the Rock. On inquiring with the locals, it became apparent that they have the deepest respect for the one they call Lord Kupka. But whether he has merely bought their loyalty, or if there is some deeper connection between the tribe and Titan, remains unclear.
The Undying are not the only secret fellowship in this realm, you know. There are others, each working for their own ends. Why, not so very long ago, a society committed to discovering how one might cast magics without a catalyst was found to be operating throughout Valisthea. They were denounced as heretics, rooted out, and driven from our shores, never to be seen again.
Alright, anyways, this is the person, Cyril's guest.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwin, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
The griffin your father meant to slay is currently nesting in Titan's Wake, not far from here. Slay it in his stead, and claim the Heartstone that he could not.
Alright, kill an elder griffin. And what is that item I got? Let's see. Or rather, what's the description? I know the item. Archduke Elwin's Testament. Archduke Elwin's final message to his sons, penned not long before his untimely end. I'm trusting in you to keep your brother safe, Archduke Elwin.
Titan's Wake is to the south of here. But we must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed once already.
Let's get this griffin. Let me look at the map. Oh, I guess we could fast travel there. Let's do it. Actually, hold on. Let me make sure they're done talking. Alright, they seem to be. To here. Are we nearing the end? Sort of? We have a lot of quests that have popped up.
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
Whether we get through them all tonight, hard to say. So far, they've been fairly involved.
Quiet. There it is. The House Rosfield.
Whoa! That was a bigger explosion than I was anticipating. This guy's got a lot of health. Got 7 levels on him, too. Oh, hello. Used all my stuff. Come on, give me something. That'll work.
You lose.
You lose. Oh, we got a heartstone. Griffins suffer something akin to the crystal's curse, their flesh slowly turning to stone over a lifetime of channeling ether. Unlike bearers, however, the effect is far more gradual and limited to a sac around their hearts, the slower progress of petrification resulting in the formation of a gemstone of rare beauty.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Alright, let's take it back to her.
Thank the Founder you were safe. The griffin is slain then?
And a Heartstone claimed.
Yes. This radiant luster, like frozen flame. It is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith. The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms. Only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, She would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us, for giving my service meaning.
Founder's Grasp. Where is it? I don't even see it. Is that an actual piece of gear? Oh, it is. Oh wow, that's a lot of health. Fashioned after those pictured adorning the wrists of the mythical founder in ancient engravings, Archduke Elwyn intended to gift these bands to his beloved sons upon their coming of age, that they might serve to remind them of the unbreakable bonds they share as proud scions of the ducal line, and the unwavering devotion that would be required to see their duty done. Yeah, that's definitely better. We'll use that. I don't know why it's purple and not the higher rank, but whatever.
I remain your faithful servant, my lord.
This lady tracked a griffin for like however many years it's been now, on the off chance that maybe the kingdom would be revived.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff. Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Should we pay father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Dude, I've been to that grave. Clive didn't say a word. He just sees his father's grave. No big deal. Okay, so that is here. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's like on the side of the cliff. Yeah, it's totally it. Clive! Little respect for father.
Will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome father's political enemies?
Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
Yep, that's the one I found way earlier.
It's just back there. Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us. As we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
Oh, good. We got to visit good old Dad. Although somebody would have stolen that helmet within a month, within a week, within a day, probably. A rusted battle helm. It didn't look very rusted. Archduke Elwin's helm, worn during his victorious campaign to quell the Northern Uprising. War is coming, my boy. We must make ready. Archduke Elwin. Joining hands with Joshua. Joshua has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. Oh, I didn't... Is it bad I didn't even realize he wasn't with me before? I totally didn't realize. The companions don't do a lot. Although Torgal's been doing some serious damage. Alright, let me go check out the helmet after I talk to Joshua.
Brother, I put Father's helm in your chambers. He should be with you when his vision is finally realized.
Thank you, Joshua. For everything.
Don't mention it. All is well, I trust?
Ask about Father. He always tried to spur me on, to give me courage. I knew his words were meant with kindness, but as a boy, they cut me deeply. How keenly they made me feel my own weakness, my own inadequacy. It was only after we lost him that I realized he believed in me. He only wished that I would believe in myself. Father's words have been to me as a torch in the darkness, banishing the fearful shadows and illuminating the path ahead.
His flame burns in your heart.
Brother, as it does in mine. And it is that flame that shall continue to light our path, all the way to the very end.
You have but to say the word.
Alright, another item from my display case. The rusted battle helm, Archduke Elwin's helm worn in his victorious campaign to quell the Northern Uprising, and later laid to rest upon his memorial stone. Now it sleeps in Clive's chambers, a constant reminder of the bravery and selflessness of the man in whose footsteps he and his brother mean to follow. Alright. Now what are we gonna do? Take a look real quick. Oh, we got a new gift.
You be careful up there. But if you happen to snag your britches on anything, be sure to bring them back to me. I'll get them patched up right away.
There's something about it.
Alright, Nazir? I don't know who that is. I'll talk to him in a moment. Otto!
What a word.
Ask about Origin. Trust you to go and pick a fight with a bleeding god. I didn't sign up for all this excitement, you know.
No.
Sid did say the higher-ups wouldn't be too happy about us trying to change the world. Bah, you've got me there. And it ain't as if I have anything better to do, so no more lip out of me. But it's that lip that keeps us on our toes, Otto.
Is that right?
Well, I'd better start looking for something else to moan about then, hadn't I? Ask about the hideaway. No one around here is bold enough or daft enough to say I'm fit for the knacker's yard, but I sure as hell ain't getting any younger.
Might be time to take a step back.
Let the fledglings spread their wings. Young Goat's as bright as the inside of a barrel, but his heart's in the right place, and his constant failures seem to dim his spirits, or never seem to dim his spirits either. Reckon the same might have been said of me when I was his age.
But if it weren't for Sid,
giving me the room to fall and a hand to help me up again, I never would have changed. It'd have been the goats leading the goats, Clive, assuming we'd made it this far.
I'll be here if you need me.
Alright, what's my gift?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Let's see. Continental acclaim. If the drunken galley captain I shared a table with last night is to be believed, word of your exploits has made its way across the great seas to the great continent. Or across the seas to the great continent. What is more, she claims there are those who would see you flourish, herself being one such woman. Girath. Genji gloves. What is that?
You earned this. Come again. I may have more.
That sounds interesting. Genji gloves, huh? The island warriors of the Far East are said to claim a piece of the armor of a slain soldier following a battle, wearing it over their own until the next encounter, at which time they finally remove it. The warriors believe that the spirit of the fallen foe will now lend them their strength. Increases damage dealt to enemies by 5%. I like that. What could I replace? I could give up my HP, or I could just give up my 12 attack. Well, I have 460 attack, so I don't feel like 12's giving me much. So we'll go with the 5% instead. Oh. Oh, never mind. That was my gloves going away. All right, cool. Let's talk to this dude over here. Actually, who's that? Oh, it's what's her face, Doris.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
Nobody's tool. Escort Doris to Balmung Dark. That might be that door that was locked. Then we go together.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
Huh. Okay, not the place I thought.
How long has it been since the jailers of Balmung abandoned their charges? Without food or water, they won't last long.
Alright, back to Ash. Ravenwit Walls. Oh wait, is this? Wait a minute. Oh, that place! I totally forgot about that place. The one that looked like an arena. I remember now.
For me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashyyyk. I need to hurry.
Well, how'd you guys get separated? Thought we were going together.
Very well.
Stay down.
Bombs. Okay, we made it.
There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with the Kashyyyk. Most likely guards left behind when the wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet, but let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether stick is there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life.
Alright, I'm gonna go the opposite way.
Farewell.
What's this? Balmung Dark, Writ of Designation. The Kingdom of Waloed hereby designates this facility a prison for the detainment of bearers both foreign and domestic. The purpose of this facility is to rear and train a Kuza beast for deployment in the field. The aforementioned purpose is a matter of strictest secrecy, and any mention thereof is to be punishable by death. Captive bearers have been provided solely for the pursuit of the aforementioned purpose. Express permission is required for use of bearers in any other capacity. A Kuza. Alright, so basically they were like...
So this place was no ordinary prison. And I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
They're basically making the bearers fight to the death. How fun. They're always so nice to bearers. But Elwyn wanted to save them. Elwyn's a good guy. Alright, looks like I need a key.
Locked up tight.
Recommendation concerning Kuza Beast deployment. The Kuza has long been recognized as an especially aggressive species. This being the case, it was hoped that successful deployment on the battlefield might be a means of inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. In exercises conducted thus far, however, the beast has proven incapable of distinguishing between allied and enemy combatants. As such, deployment alongside regular troops is not recommended. It is proposed instead that bearer captives be employed in order to draw enemy focus, and the beast then driven into the fray in order to achieve maximum benefit with minimal loss of Walooder lives.
Minimal loss of Walooder lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that.
So wait, they like deploy the bearers as bait and the beast chases them into the enemy lines or something? Oh, hello, Doris.
No sign of any bearers yet. I hope you have better luck downstairs.
I'm working on it. How'd you manage to get in this room with a Akashic right outside? Alright, back downstairs. Memorandum on Kuza beast feeding. Recent supply shortages left us with insufficient resources to feed the Kuza entrusted to our care. Fortunately, the creature was observed to kill and consume the bearers assigned to fight beside it in a mock battle conducted as part of its training. The beast was further observed to enter a state of visible contentment upon feeding in this way, suggesting that live bears may even be its preferred source of sustenance. While this behavior is unexpected, it is not unwelcome. Bears no longer of use for training purposes can now be repurposed as required.
They were feeding bearers to it. This is even worse than I'd feared. Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
So not just having the bears fight it, but feeding them to it. How lovely.
No luck downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents, and it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even, and those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment. If we don't find any survivors, we've risked our lives for nothing. Take care. That creature might still be here somewhere.
Okay, we got the key that we need. Where is that path down again? It's right here? Right here.
Let's see what we can find down here.
We can go into the arena. I feel like that's gonna be a fight. What else we got? Got some amber.
Survivor. And she sounds close.
It's a kid.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. He must have been terrified.
Did Jadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? around, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground. I'll look after the girl. You teach that thing a lesson. You're safe now. We won't let it hurt you.
Is that a behemoth?
It's out there waiting for me. I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers.
Alright, let's fight the behemoth. He kind of looks like, oh, what's his name from Monsters, Inc.? Why can't I think of his name? Akuza Beast, rank A. Sully, yeah, it's big ol' Sully.
Beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen.
Too slow. I'm set up for a massive stagger. Let's get it. Let's get it, Joshua. Torgal. It wasn't nearly as massive as I was hoping. It was pretty good. 51,000. Might be a record. Oh, messed that up. Ow. Come me up. I needed that. Oh, did he hurt himself on the wall? Might have.
Farewell.
Notorious Mark slain. Got another behemoth shackle. Nice.
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. I think.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years, we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Haida Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the Cursebreakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
Quest complete. No suicide by that one. Yeah, that behemoth fought to the last, to the bitter end. We got the Breath of Darkness to reduce cooldown time on Gungnir. An ability I will never ever use. Hey, it's the hopeless romantic.
All this time, my heart has wandered hither and thither in search of the perfect companion. When all along he was here, standing right beside me.
You talking about me? No. Not happening, lady. Hey, it's the girl.
There's so much food in the hideaway. Sometimes, in my cell, my tummy rumbled so loud that Chadwick would sneak me some gruel from his bowl. I miss him. He would have liked this place.
It couldn't have been easy for her making the journey from Ash. What with her belly so fat?
You'd be surprised at the lengths a mother is willing to go for her child.
What's going on in here?
You nearly collapsed back there. It's just a touch of the vapors.
Hi, Tarya.
You'll be fine.
Clive,
Ask about Origin.
and no sooner have your wounds mended.
Then you find an excuse to go charging once more unto the breach. But only because my wounds are mended. Thanks to the expert ministrations of the best healer this side of the belt. Save your honeyed tongue for Jill. You're talking about killing a god, Clive.
While I may not have Gav's nose.
I know danger when I smell it, and this plan reeks to high heaven. This will be the last time, I promise.
That's what I'm worried about.
You fool. Don't you think I'd rather stitch 1,000 of your cuts than never stitch one again?
I do.
Thank you. Ask about Tarja.
What I truly like
is to share my knowledge of healing and herb lore with the realm. Every cure seems like a miracle to the child who knows nothing of medicine.
But teach her medicine.
And suddenly a world without miracles doesn't seem so frightening.
Don't push yourself too hard, Clive.
Tarja's tea stop the fits. I only hope this.
Hi, Yote.
Greetings, Lord Marquis.
Ask about Joshua.
His Grace and I.
Often spoke on our travels, and a certain saying of his remains with me even now. Duty is the enemy of freedom.
At first.
I thought that he spoke of his own plight, that though he was able to roam the land again, his duty to unearth the truth about Ultima prevented him from being truly free. But I came to understand that he spoke not of himself, but of me.
It was my duty to him.
That his grace judged to be inimical to my own freedom. I believe that this is why he bade me remain here, that I might at last be released from my duty to him. Few others in his position would allow the cares of a humble attendant to weigh so heavily upon them, nor take such drastic action in response. Ask about Origin.
My lord.
You are resolved to go then?
I am.
And so is Joshua. I know you fear for him, but I'll do everything in my power to keep him safe.
I do not doubt it.
You are, as you have always been, his first shield. I was only ever his temporary protector. Now his grace has bade me protect the hideaway instead, and that is what I shall do.
Thank you, Yote.
May you return safely.
To us, my lord, both of you. This girl's so sad.
I prithee do not risk yourself unduly.
Massive rejection. Hi, Edda.
Thank you, my lord, for taking me in. Everyone here has been so kind.
Yeah. I've already heard it. Alright, well, there's this person down here I don't know. Oh, hi, Doris.
Haida Marie has taken a liking to her new home. How her spirit survived Balmung Dark unbroken, I'll never know.
Alright, this is Nazair.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Curse Breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
Trial and error. Agree to evaluate the initiate? My time is yours.
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Potential Gav replacement. Wonder how Gav feels about this.
I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Alright, to Northreach then. Okay. Right over here.
Zare might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
Apothecary.
I'll take my chances in the wild before I let some noble take any more of my coin.
Oh, they're still fighting over that.
I'm nervous. Is it alright to be nervous?
I don't care either way, so long as you do as I tell you. Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
And who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it. And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me.
Even now, the capital has moved. The Empire keeps the watchtowers overlooking royal meadows and the Sea of Grace manned. But only by a skeleton crew. It's a trial, not a death sentence.
Miss Chen, such faith. He's dead. Dead man walking. I believe in Ember. He's got this.
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not.
Oh, Miss Chen was right. He did.
Damn it. Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then run!
If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Oh, Ember, I had such faith in you. You had a cool name and everything. He wasn't caught by the Imperials, that's true. He's gotta be ready for anything.
Ember, are you... Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
You know, I still have faith in Ember. I think in the ensuing chaos, he grabbed the notebook and brought it back. He passed the trial. As a good scout would do, he caused me to fight his enemies for him. Brilliant. I get you, Ember. I understand your strategy. Or he never came back.
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Eh? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you there, Nazaire. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid,
He did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
Boom! Called it!
This won't be an easy decision.
My faith in Ember only wavered for a moment. He got it done. It's my boy Ember. What evaluation is there to give? He passed.
You should have seen him. The thing didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, neither did you, I hear. Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not.
Does Ember deserve passing marks? Yeah. I mean, he got it done. Maybe he was afraid of it. Maybe it was all an act. I give him the thumbs up. You're good in my book, Ember.
Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things rarely do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
Alright, Gav, we got your replacement in the works. Needs a little bit more refinement, but he'll get there. Alright, we got a pile drive. Amulet. Meh.
Sid, I wanted you to know. I will be taking personal responsibility for Ember's combat training. And I will not let you down.
Good man. Alright, what now? Oh, we have a new hunt, do we? Yeah, let's do a hunt. What we got? Oh, never mind. It's probably just for that behemoth we killed. Yeah, oh no, there is another one. Alright, so that was the Kuza Beast, a monster born in the Balmung Dark, and quite possibly the deadliest beast known to man. No. Sid, we beg you to slay it. Not only that the world might be a safer place, but that the bearers who lost their lives to that vile creature might at last be avenged. Forgive our presumption, but knowing what we do of it, we doubt that any but you could emerge from its cage alive. Then we have the Masterless Marauder. The Waluder army captured such beasts and tried to train them to serve, but this particular specimen's training has long since ceased. Whether its captors turned to Kashyyyk with the rest of their comrades or were eaten by their pet when it broke free from its bonds, we shall never know. All we do know is that there is none left alive who knows the words to put an end to its rampage. Only a show of force will suffice. That is an S rank. Anybody know where this is? Anybody know where that one is? Oh, and it looks like Gav has a quest? Gav, what's up with you? Vairgrace, however that's pronounced. Let's go check it out. Okay, so it's here apparently. That's where the last one was. Well, maybe it's just out in the field. Let's go here, and we'll see it. It's an S rank. Presumably it's big. Oh, I think I found it. Hi, Mr. S rank. Do you live up to the hype? We shall test you. Oh, he mad. Behemoth King. Let's go! 4 horsemen? Oh, that's probably not great. Oh, dear God. Nope, 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 no! this time. I'm ready. Oh, get dodged.
Byron!
Ow, what the heck? How'd that hit me? That was weird. Some of that. How's that taste? Yummy? Maelstrom? Oh, I probably don't want to be there. No, I don't want to be there. 4 horsemen. Oh, dodge. Oh, dear God. He's raining meteors, too. No. God, I'm so bad at dodging his stuff. Stunned. $58,000. Woo! Oh, what's this? Oh, I don't like it. Oh, I don't like it. All right, hold on. We got it. Oh, crap. Oh, yeah, you shouldn't be in that. That's bad. Down you go. There we go. I'm learning that time. What? Ah, fine. Ran a oh god, I hate this one. It's fine. Fine, just get to the safe place. Oh god! Hail me, Torgal! Nope, no 4 horsemen for you. Screw you. $52,000. Oh god, when did that go? Oh dear god, where did that come from? Apocalypse? Uh-oh. I don't like it. I don't like it. Over here. Uh-oh. Woo! That's all you got? Oh god, no, get out of that! Get out of that! Ah! Oh, I made him tired. Is Behemoth tired? Whoa! I don't think it's possible to, I don't think it's possible to, precision dodge that. Staggered, he's done. He's done. He's done. Level up. $48. All right, got another behemoth shackle and an orichalcum. Good, I need those.
No match for you, eh, Torgal?
Torgal is the better beast. All right, back to the hideaway. It was good. I like that fight. That was fun. I don't know why I was going over there. I just felt like it, okay? So I think it's Gav who had a quest. Oh wait, no, it's Gav. Hi, Gav.
You alright?
Silver linings.
Something troubling you?
No more than usual. It's just... Eda's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Eda's due any day now, and I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Offer to help Gav complete the gift? Yes.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know, there just might be.
All right then. What exactly are we making?
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's naught lucky in all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I'd try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need, a feather.
That or the bird whose horse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with traveling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You're a good friend, Clive. I won't forget this. Can't say I've ever seen a silver chocobo myself, but I have seen one of their feathers. Look just like a normal one, only silver, obviously. Well, grey.
Alright. Speak with the merchants in Martha's Rest. I'm on it.
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first to mention the bird around here. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo. Near some gutted hovel not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
The feller who claimed he was attacked didn't linger here long. Said he was gonna go back and capture it.
prove us all wrong. And that was the last we ever heard of him.
The Guardians of the Flame were true friends to the rest. They fought our enemies, manned our barricades.
Yeah, we heard that before. Alright, we need another trader. Let me just check this guy, make sure he doesn't have a orchestrion roll. Do you? No.
Take care out there, eh?
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin, it don't mean we have to. Now, let's get this stall set out.
Hello, inquisitive merchant.
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone. Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the Vicerine.
Maybe another time. I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumours are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway.
Ambrosia's white, not silver. Right? Pretty sure she's white. I'll have to summon her out.
The hills around the rest are crawling with wild chocobos. If you're not too picky about the colour of their plumes.
Alright, we need another merchant.
I've got greens of all shapes and
Looking for
sizes.
shelter, are you?
Colours too.
Come on inside, I'll
Mostly
introduce
green
you to
though.
Mark.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Oh, 1,000 Akashic jars couldn't hurt me. I'm a son of Rosaria, after all.
Where's our final merchant? There they are. A grocer.
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you?
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Was a silver chocobo seen there?
Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a madman.
It wouldn't be the first time. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's Ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here...
Every few years someone comes along claiming they've sighted a silver bow, but the truth of the matter is, there ain't no such thing. You'll find nothing but bloodflies and bandits on Rhiannon's Ride. Mark my words.
I would consider it my YouTube a hobby, Omajan. But I do make money doing this. Not enough to pay the bills. But I do make money.
For
And
a
it's
sunny day.
it's certainly nice to get paid for your hobby. Fallen. You guys in the way for 33. Got 15 levels on you, chumps. Alright, so there's supposed to be a silver chocobo around here.
Tracks. They're not left by bandits for a change.
Hmm. Did it go down here? Yes, it did.
More tracks. And these look fresh. The chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is.
Level 50 before the end of the game? I assume so. We're already What, 48? I'd be surprised if we're not 50 by the end. I'm gonna guess 52.
Well, I'll be damned. It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back to Gav before they change their minds.
Yeah, I gotta say, they do look very similar in color to Ambrosia now. I'll summon her in a second. Let me just look up here real quick. I don't know, though. I feel like Ambrosia was more white. Let's see. Oh, I can't summon her? Yeah, alright. You win. I would call that white, but that is pretty much the color of the chocobos we just saw. So, yeah. That's weird. Anyways, let's go back to the hideaway. You know your colors. I apparently don't. Ambrosia looks more silver than them.
It was no trouble at all.
Still, I appreciate it. Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Silver chocobo feather. To the people of the north, silver chocobos are symbols of good fortune. The mere sight of one potentially meaning the difference between a failed harvest and a bumper crop, according to Gav at least.
Crystals crack. Is this what I think it is? Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go. What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Oh, will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
See? Ember came around. He learned.
I don't want Gav to give up being a scout, honest.
You just realized the bard's name is the same as the prophet in the very first Final Fantasy? I played it and I beat it, but I don't remember like any of the names. And all the characters were just class names. The warrior and the knight. Or was it when warrior, monk, white mage, black mage?
I was just about to go in, but then I thought it might be better if you went first. What with you being the head of the family and all.
Ah, me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is...
Go on, please. It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did. Aye. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced. Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. Me whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learned from it. And here you are, after Founder knows how many missions, Stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword. I may have had one too many.
you may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway, after I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
Good old Gav. I think he's my favorite character in this game. Hey, I got Winter Mead. What is this? A potent potable made from honey collected in the Northern Territories short summers and fermented slowly over the next 6 moons. Said to warm the belly on the North's cold winter nights. Said I was thirsty. Gav.
One of these days. One of these days, I swear it's gonna be me who drinks you under the table.
If by under the table you mean retching on my boots half the night, I reckon one of those days was yesterday.
Ha ha, you think you're so funny. But just wait till we crack open the bottle I left in your chambers. That stuff's strong enough to burn the horns off a behemoth.
Sounds like I'll be needing some new boots.
Alright, let's go.
They'll come back.
Of course they will. It's just a big crystal. How hard could it be?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a god in there. No big deal. Let's go check out our new trinket. That would be the Winter Mead. A gift from Gav. This potent potable was made from honey collected in the Northern Territories short summers and fermented slowly over the next 6 moons. Despite an obvious inability to hold his drink, Gav has insisted that he be allowed to share the bottle when the time comes to crack the seal. Okay. Let's talk to Gav one more time.
How's it going?
Ask about the hideaway. Work had only just started on the old hideaway when Sid took me in. Plan was to make it a safe haven for the bearers we were gonna free. I remember when the first ones moved in, they'd hardly dare look you in the eye, let alone speak to you.
But over time,
they started to thaw. They stopped being slaves and became a family, and the hideaway their home. It'll be the same with Etta and her little one, I'm sure. They can make a new home here with a new family. And with the best big brother in the whole wide world to look after them. Here, what are you looking so smug for? I'm talking about me.
give that bastard hell.
All right. Let's head over to the atrium. See what quest that is. Actually, I guess Mid would be back in here, huh? It's Jackin, the amateur twitcher.
I did it, Sid. I made friends with all the animals in the hideaway. But you know what I'd really like? My own goblin. Or maybe a marble, or a bomb. Only if it was a big one. That or a bander curl, but not a cactuar. They're too prickly.
Oh!
Goats.
What is it?
Ask about Origin. I wish I could go up there with you. It doesn't seem right, leaving everything up to you three.
It's hardly everything.
There's plenty that still needs to be done down here. Like seeing to our stores and keeping Karen safe. Only you can do that, Goots.
And I will. I promise.
I won't let Nan come to no harm, no matter what.
You can count on me.
Just like we're all counting on you to come back safe and sound.
Be seeing ya.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen our shelves haven't gone bare.
Yes, but how long will it last?
Debbie Downer over here.
Miss Shirley says your book's made quite an impression on the children. You've inspired them all to become writers themselves.
Is that so? We'll need to find some more parchment then.
It's the same one? Yes.
When you return, would you mind teaching the children another lesson? They did so enjoy your last.
What do you think happened to Miss Midadol? I heard she was kicked out of the university.
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes, but that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Midadol. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stonear.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Midadol's inventions. Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Midadol back together? She seems really sad.
Aiming high. Find out what is troubling Mid. I'm a little worried about Mid myself.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that? For us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning.
Miss Shirley says we're not allowed in the dungeon. But Miss Midadol doesn't mind.
Alright, Mid. Did we break the ship? Are you sad?
Mid, if you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will.
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her.
But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them? But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First, I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it. First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordill. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
They make an oil down at the docks in Ordill that's as slippery as the sea nasties they render it from. With that and the bone I told you about, I should be able to finish the prototype.
Wait, isn't Odd Hill the place that had the horrible massacre? Right? Or is that a different place? I thought it was, in Rosaria.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Not exactly. She seems preoccupied, but then again, when isn't she?
Alright, anyways, ask the curse breakers for ideas. Ronan, what do you think?
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better. You know what an adamantus is?
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Old Bidza, or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Obtain oil from Aldhill and defeat a desert Tor in Karava.
Normally I wouldn't recommend going anywhere near an adamantus, let alone one that's had a few centuries to let its temper simmer. They're mean bastards, and they only get meaner with age. Why do you think the village of Old Bidza was abandoned?
Alright, let's go check it out. To Dravost. Hey, Mahir. Welcome to the stream. Let's jump on our totally not silver chocobo. I see you're on the side quest dump before the end. I guess that's one way to describe it. But yes, yes I am.
Here we are again. Karava. If you were a tortoise, Torgal, where would you hide?
Out in the sun, apparently.
It looks like we found him.
Hit him in the face. Wow, that missed? Weird. Felt like I timed that one pretty good. Kaboom! Actually, let me just save the limit break.
Too slow.
Finish with style. And primal rage. Adamantoise shell. It is believed an adamantoise will grow a thin new layer to its protective shell once every 2 moons. Considering that many of the creatures live for hundreds of years, it should come as no surprise that the shells of older specimens can be several hands thick and weigh over 50 stone.
If Mid needs another, she can come and get it herself.
Alright, and then the Odd Hill Docks, if that's where I think it is, it's Rosaria, and it is. Yeah, this is the place where that, like, horrible massacre happened. Yeah, this is the place. Maybe they left some oil around.
Mid's oil. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all.
There's a goblin mugger. This other one hiding. Oh, there it is.
I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype.
Alright, Mid, I got the stuff.
There's something about it.
Mid, tell me this is all you need.
Oh, shipwright's tallow, a thick, noisome lubricant made from the rendered fat of sea beasts, commonly used by shipwrights on the cranes and winches they employ in shipbuilding.
Aw, you make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realized I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0.
And
a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog. Don't look at me like that, Clive. I already apologized to Blackthorn. Miserable old bugger. Besides, you can't expect me to keep track of every nut and nail floating about this place. It's a mess.
Alright, kids. What'd you do with that gear?
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Sid! Is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales?
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find. All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid. Back for another part. We've got screws and bolts and nails and knobbles and noodles and,
Noodles? What are you doing with noodles? Alright, I got the gear.
Well, did they have it?
A brass cogwheel, an overlooked component of Mid's deconstructed scales. Its purpose remains a mystery to all but Mid.
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right place? Well, you just wait and see. That should do it. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
Quest complete. We got a model airship. Mid's dangerous dream of flight, immortalized in miniature. My dad always said there were two ways of living life, chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. Mid. So not only do we not get an airship, but she's going to destroy her work. I guess that's something.
What shall I do with your model? You spent a lot of time on it. We both did.
What, that old thing? Not healthy to cling to your failures, Clive. They'll weigh you down, you know.
Sound advice.
Still, I suppose my prototypes will probably be worth a fair bit when I'm as famous as Bart's the Builder. Seeing as you're always strapped for coin, suppose I can give it to you. Just make sure you get a good price when you do come to part with it.
I'd say that was up to you as much as me.
All right, Clive.
Ask about origin. Couldn't you have chosen somewhere a bit more down to earth for your chat with Ultima? Then I could have come with you. Finally made a name for myself instead of sitting on my arse while his imperial fancy pants gets all the glory.
Make a name for yourself.
Without the Enterprise, we wouldn't have saved Jill, wouldn't have made it to Ash, wouldn't have escaped from Stone here with our lives. None of this would have been possible had you not followed your dream and kept your promise to Sid. Now I must keep mine.
You better bloody had to and all.
Or I'll be having his name back. Give it to Gab, maybe. Or Jill. Aye, definitely Jill. Ask about the Enterprise.
Enjoy it while you can, Clive.
Because once that crystal's cracked, I'm going through with my plan. Won't be easy turning my back on a dream I chased for so long. But you know what's the best thing about dreams is, Clive? They're never in short supply. We keep talking like I'm the only one ever to have set her sights on the skies, when there might be someone up there already.
Imagine that, eh?
Hey, maybe when his Imperial Fancy Pants gets back, I can ask him to take me up there so I can see for myself.
Till then, though.
I'll be down here with everyone else, dreaming away.
Draw, Clive.
Alright. So that's done. I'm gonna go check out my model airship in my quarters. Actually, I'll go this way. And then I think there was a quest above me, actually.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen herself.
First the skies, then the crystal. What next? The advent of Great Griga herself.
I'm sure we'll be fine. Sid's back, isn't he?
Hello, useless squire. We meet again. Alright, we got model airship. Mid's dangerous dream of flight, immortalized in miniature. Though the experiment ended in failure, Mid has allowed Clive to keep hold of the model so that once her renown has grown, he might sell the piece for an exorbitant amount of gil. What do I need gil for? I got Byron. Go talk to Tarya? I already did talk to Tarya. Why? I don't know what it is, but yeah, I talked to Tarya. Alright, so that quest is up there. She had a curio that most people miss? Well, now I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think she gave me anything. Who's this?
Be forgotten.
This is Herman.
Sid, may I have a moment?
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
No. The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory. Or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone. And few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. I can't even remember all their names. But they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care. Sid, allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
Litany of errors. Let Herman go to Ash? No, I'll go instead.
You were a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Sid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Badbach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vie de Grace. Hidden in a forest, overlooking the plains.
All right. I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
I know that place. It's near the Odin Stone. Oh, the medicine chest? I got that a long time ago.
The plains of Vie de Grace have haunted my dreams since I escaped from the orphanage. I can't say I was looking forward to returning.
All right. We are back to Ash. I know exactly where we're going.
Ready, go? Faster!
So this is how we learn of your treachery, Setsuna. It's come to this, has it? You said I was your one and only. What's that path up again? And what's this shiny? Sharp fangs? No one cares. Oh, I'm sorry, Ambrosia. That probably didn't feel good. Wait. Oh, here we go.
You deserve a rest. This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry's still here.
Conditioning schedule. Today's exercises will consist of the press yard, 20 sandbags for such duration as instructor shall dictate. The furnace, burn intensity to be gradually increased. Live combat, 1 to 3 hellhounds depending on performance.
Conditioning. This is nothing short of torture.
Badbach Conservatory, writ of incorporation. The Kingdom of Waloed hereby incorporates this institution, wherein juvenile bearers are to be granted the opportunity to give themselves in service to the state as soldiers. Trainees succumbing to the crystal's curse or otherwise perishing are to be disposed of with all haste. The graveyard is strictly reserved for the uncursed. Bearer disposal within its bounds is punishable by death.
Disposed of. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place. I need to find that registry.
And potion. I have recently learned that my own daughter was among the children turned to stone by the brutal training I subjected them to. I had not so much as thought of her since handing her over to the authorities as a babe, but inquiries with the military confirmed it was her. I had been torturing my own flesh and blood, and now I see her everywhere. Today, one of the children smiled at me in the hope of receiving a few scraps from my table. It was her smile. The smile she inherited from her mother, the mother I killed for giving birth to a bearer. Their ghosts have all come back to haunt me. My daughters, my wife's, all of them, all those children. So many have died at my hand. I can bear the guilt no longer. And so I have decided tomorrow I, too, must die. It will be the last order I give those poor wretches, the last torment I subject them to. I will command them to tear me limb from limb and enter my accursed corpse beneath the white tree, whose crooked hands reach to the sky in supplication. And beside me, my shame, my curse, the record of all their names, all those I have wronged.
This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out.
Wow. Learned the error of his ways and had them tear him apart. Well, it said under the white tree. That's a white tree over there. Another potion.
A forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry.
Badbach Conservatory Registry of Bearer Losses. 846V 08E 16D. It's some sort of year. Hans, 10 years old, lithification. Alfred, 9 years old, succumbed to conditioning. Franz, 12 years old, lithification. Polina, 10 years old, emaciation. Bruno, 11 years old, disciplined for attempted flight. Johanna, 12 years old, disciplined for attempted flight. Reinhard, 9 years old, succumbed to conditioning. Marta, 10 years old, succumbed to conditioning. Lothar, 12 years old, lithification. Dietrich, 11 years old, emaciation.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. And where is the architect of all this misery? It was only a matter of time, I suppose.
That dude with the cannon sitting there is hilarious
This place
to me.
is cursed.
Too slow.
Ow! He bonked me.
This
You're in the worst spot. I think he's stuck back there.
I'm done here. Let's get the registry back to Herman.
Alright, deliver the registry to Herman back at the hideaway. Heading home.
I hear that you traveled to Ash, Sid. Did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen friends?
I did. Yes.
Bearer Registry, a concise and disturbingly detailed record of bearer orphan deaths at the Badbach Conservatory.
I may. The bearer registry. The director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Nor any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces, like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive, when so many others died in that awful place?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you. Sid, I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Bad Bach, and the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering. And in the name of those I lost, I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity, were it not for you. Thank you.
All right, we got the Breath of Ice, reduces Mesmerize, cooldown.
The realm will hear of Bad Bach. And I pray that the tale of my fallen friends will spare future generations the horror we endured. Thank you for helping keep their memory alive.
All right, I think I had a new letter. Yeah, there's a new letter in my office. Let's go check that out.
Do you think Sid will tell us about his adventures in Ash?
I doubt it. I heard he's leaving again. Well, then maybe when he gets back.
Hopefully I do get back.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen herself.
First the skies, then the crystal.
Alright, whoa, I got so many. Holy crap. Alright, well, let's just start with this one, I guess. In a mood. In case you haven't noticed, your poor hound spends all this time of late on the rear deck whimpering like Gav in his cups. Something ain't right, and my gut tells me it's not to do with his supply of antelope bones. Karen. Heed Karen's request? Yes.
What is it this time, Torgal?
I mean, come on. He's not Blackthorn, Clive. It's only happened once before. Give the dog a break. Oh, wait. Over there? Alright, there he is.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then, Torgal?
Alright, Torgal. Where are we going?
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen herself.
Lead the way, boy.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
The rookery. Make for the mooring outside Port Isolde. Okay. Let's do it, Torgal. We're off on an adventure.
It's still here. After all these years. A lot smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure, we won't be long. Hop in, boy. This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on.
Somewhere new. What's the map say? Oh, map wasn't super helpful. Okay.
Race you there? I bet I could still beat you. Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up. For never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming.
Torgal, you're bossy today. But we'll allow it. You get a pet too.
That'll feel good, boy. I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
Aw, bonding with Torgal. I like that quest. We got the charred sparring sword. Clive's old sparring sword, salvaged by a faithful friend in the aftermath of the Ironblood invasion 18 winters past. Remember, Clive, your blade is not your only weapon. Rodney Murdoch. Oh, and we also got Caval's Fang +1. Even a legendary king, surrounded by the realm's greatest knights and blessed by the very heavens, would have found himself hard-pressed to unite the warring tribes of ancient Valisthea. Fortunately, he had the help of his fine and trusty hound, Havel. Increases Torgal's attack potency. Hi, Joshua.
Sorry for the wait. We're ready.
Alright, let's go back to the hideaway. What's Torgal's level? That's a good question. What is Torgal's level? Here, right? His pedigree, he's a Dromy Striker. Whatever level that is. I guess I should use Ravage more because it's not maxed out. Wall of Memories. The Charred Sparring Sword. Clive's old sparring sword, salvaged by Torgal in the aftermath of the Ironblood invasion and hidden at Clive's original hideaway, the Rookery. It is a reminder of who Clive once was and who he has become, as well as of the unbreakable bond between lifelong friends. Alright, what's this? In search of a lost tome. Reluctant as I am to add to your burdens, I would ask your aid in a personal matter, albeit one that may be beneficial to your cause. There exist ancient texts deemed so injurious to modern thought that mere possession is deemed a crime, and it was a chance encounter with one such tome, from a distance, that sparked within me the scholastic curiosity which burns to this very day. I wish to enlist your aid in reclaiming that text. Should you require further incentive, know that I am willing to offer compensation for services rendered. Vivian. Heed Vivian's request? Sure.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
Alright, Vivian. Where do I go?
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
Okay, speak with Harpocrates.
Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Harpocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Alright. Back to Ash. This time in search of a book. So, we're back here. Oh, that little village, yeah. Okay, I was wondering what that existed for. It exists for this quest. It's right over there.
Yeah!
Why do you want to fight me?
You deserve a rest.
Garuda! It's over.
Okay, so presumably this is Garnick. We need the book.
The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
Royal Intelligencer Training Report. In the wake of the tragic fire at Cair Norvent in 873 V and the subsequent depletion of our most highly practiced intelligencers, all mainland strongholds were instructed to redouble training in clandestine maneuvers, improvised weaponry and assassination techniques, and dispatch promising volunteers to Stonehere for inspection. This report details progress made by the stronghold at Garnick in reinvigorating Waloed's ranks of esteemed intelligencers.
This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from the local barracks?
A complete botany of banes. Iter fotida, or tail of wyvern. White of flower and black of root, the latter of which gives out an inky gall when cut or crushed, the tribesmen of Northern Storm prick their skin with oaken needles soaked in such, drawing curious patterns about their arms and legs in honor of their heathen gods. The gall is passing toxicate. The gall is passing toxicate that a single drop taken by mouth may result in cramps most painful for 5 days and 5 nights, or if applied to a wound, certain death. Should a slip of the needle end a young warrior's life, it is said that his skin print failed to find favor among the heavens.
His interests were certainly varied.
The folklorist's fabulary, the Moogle. No spirit or sprite appears more often in Valisthian folk tales than the humble Moogle. Though they are occasionally painted as mischievous souls akin to pixies or imps, most stories depict them as clumsy, yet congenial spirits who delight in helping mankind with their daily labors. They are said to have sweet tooths, leading to the common superstition that one must not leave cakes or other sweetmeats uncovered overnight, lest naught remain but crumbs come morning. In appearance, they are described as being covered head to toe in soft white fur, excepting the small dark wings by which they are somehow able to take flight, and the brightly colored pom-poms that protrude from the tops of their heads. And yet there is one detail regarding the Moogle that most find more remarkable than even the orb that tops its brow: the fact that the creatures actually exist. Preposterous, I hear you cry. Everybody knows that Moogles are the stuff of legend. I quite agree, but every legend has its basis in truth, and in the case of the Moogle, the fact may be so dissimilar to the fiction, or may not be so dissimilar to the fiction. Ancient bestiaries list the white mole whose feet do not touch the ground among the beasts of the realm, and the illustration beside the name, why, it is none other than the Moogle. Of course, it is true that the creatures are not known to still survive in the twins in the modern day. Perhaps their miniature wings carried them to other climes, perhaps they were hunted to extinction, or perhaps, just perhaps, they do still live among us, hidden away far from human view. From a Distance, Chapter 16, The Fall of the Bearers. The emergence of the first magic adepts was widely heralded as a gift from the gods. Indeed, the title with which those with the gift came to be commonly known is most likely a contraction of Bearer of the Heavenly Blessing, the wording used by the tribunes of the time. Those born with the blessing were lauded as living crystals and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status as chosen ones. Over the years, this reverence for their kind would become a full-fledged religion, led by the bearers themselves, a development that would prove fateful. The divers nations at the time were unanimous of their disapproval of the founding of the church. While the authorities had for years welcomed bearers into positions of power in their own structures of state, they were mistrusting of an organization led by bearers for bearers. Efforts were immediately made to chasten the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, and breaking up meeting by force. The church responded by forming a volunteer army to resist this persecution, and yet it continued, creating a cycle of ever-increasing bloodshed and rancor, and a growing rift between those born with the blessing and those without. What began with beatings and street clashes would eventually spill over into an all-out war that consumed the greater part of the twins for nigh a generation and decimated the population of men and bearers both. The deluge of blood that stained the land crimson and left an ever more lasting mark upon the minds of the Valisthean people. After the bearers' last resistance was crushed, the nations of Valisthea came together to sign the Continental Accord that initiated the system of slavery that persists across the realm to this day. Its well-known phrase, "bearers are other than human," has its roots in the bitter war of the years before, being the unblessed's only excuse for their calamitous refusal to allow the blessed to take their own destinies, or to decide their own destinies.
This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
So the bearers used to be in control. And in some respects, that's still the case with the dominants.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it, or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Let's see, shall we?
It's the cult! I don't remember what they're called again. I already forgot. Whatever the heck they're called. Dang, now it's gonna bother me. What the heck is this cult called again? The executors, thank you.
Get him! Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait! Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
We're gonna be seeing them again, I'm sure. Vivian, I got your book. Hope it was worth it.
Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
From a distance, no mention is made as to the name of the author, whether that is because the title page has been lost to time, or because the tome was published anonymously. It is impossible to say.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable, that it can be changed, provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
All right, quest complete. We got the Scholar's Bonnet. Vivian Ninetails' scholarly headwear, awarded to her upon the completion of her studies at the University of Canver. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do. Vivian Ninetails. Oh, and there's a new quest available. Where? Oh, maybe. Oh, there's a new hunt. Well, let me go check out the new thing in my office. Remember when The Hobbit was a banned book? I actually did not know this. The Hobbit was banned? From where? From schools. Interesting. Scholar's Bonnet. Vivian Ninetails' academic cap, awarded to her upon her graduation from the University of Camber. Now Vivian shares her learning with Clive, the gift of the bonnet serving as a pledge that so long as they remain together, her knowledge shall be as much his as it is her own. Alright, what is this hunt? The Wailing Banshee. Cursebreakers came across this creature while searching for survivors near the abandoned village of Garnick. Misled by the abomination's appearance into thinking she might be a local woman, they went to offer their help, but soon it was they who were seeking salvation. The survivors say they can still hear the screams, both those of the white and those of their fallen comrades. Alright, so apparently right after we cleaned it up, Garnet got haunted, I guess you could say.
Faster!
We'll go this way, I suppose. Oh, this is not working. We go this way.
You deserve a rest.
Gizamaluk.
Harmon's madness lives on.
Oh, she got annoying one. Doesn't have a lot of health though. Did that seriously just miss? Cacophony. Ow. Ate every one of those attacks. That was terrible. Finish her!
Farewell.
Got her. Notorious mark slain. Alright. Clouded Eye. We haven't gotten one of those in a long time.
Rest in peace.
Alright, let me head back to the hideaway. Alright, so I'm going to check in with Harpocrates, and then I think that's probably going to do it for tonight. So we still have quests from our reading table, and then there's still quests out in the world. So there's still plenty to do before we make our way to Origin, but let me just see what's new here.
Knowledge
If
hoarded
anything.
is knowledge lost.
Oh, ask about Origin.
Ah, yes.
You have arrived at a solution, then? Dion will carry us.
Indeed.
A feat befitting the final act. I congratulate myself that I shall live long enough to see it. A feat in itself for a man of my years. But to be serious, it is no small thing to march against fate, Clive. You must be certain of your footing, lest the winds of destiny divert you from your course. Are you certain of your footing, Clive? I am.
Then go.
And do what you must.
I have a few new notes that might interest you.
Wow, that much?
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Torgal. A hidden past. Clive's faithful friend, after the two were separated in the tragedy at Phoenix Gate, Torgal continued to search for his missing master, sniffing out anything that bore Clive's scent and carrying it home to their secret island hideaway. It was during one of his forays on the mainland that he encountered Sid, who took the lonely Torgal in, fashioning an anklet for the lovelorn pup which he treasures to this day. Gab, a hidden past. Sid's faithful scout, now one of Clive's closest and most trusted allies. Born the youngest son of a large family, he had always longed to be a big brother. However, just as his mother was ready to give birth to the sister he had impatiently awaited, his entire family were slain in an Imperial raid on his village. Now he has a new family in the members of the Hideaway, and swears to protect them where his younger self could not. Midadal Telamon, her dream of flight. Adoptive daughter of Sid, who saved her from the streets as a girl and raised her as his own. And raise her as his own he did, the young Mid following in her father's footsteps in perfecting his design for the Mithril engine. Though she fears the completed engine might be used for ill if the designs were to fall into the wrong hands. The dream of flight that she and her father shared is too great to see consigned to the dustbin of history. And so she continues to labor, that one day that dream might become reality. That she can then dump in Zemeckis Falls, apparently. Vivian Ninetails at the Hideaway. A scholar and strategist who makes her home in the Hideaway, offering her insight to Clive that he might better understand the lay of the land. Once a professor at the University of Camver, her dogged pursuit of the truth earned her the enmity of some of her less scrupulous colleagues. After learning of a plot on her life, she fled to the Hideaway, and has been slowly but surely warming to her new surroundings ever since. Ember, a cursebreaker in training who wishes to make of himself a scout, that he might follow in the footsteps of his idol Gab. Though his test did not proceed entirely smoothly, he showed enough promise to warrant being accepted into the ranks, for now. Doris, at Balmung Dark, captain of the Cursebreakers who directs their bearer-liberating operations. She learns that Chadwick, fellow bearer and brother-in-arms, who helped her escape her former master, met his untimely end in the cursed depths of the Balmung Dark. He died the same hero he was in life, having fought until the bitter end to save the life of a young bearer girl. Doris swears to keep fighting herself, that his legacy might live on. Quentin, as founding member of the Triunity, the inscrutable landlord of Lostwing's Tavern. After the village was swallowed by an ether flood, he and the survivors of his Lostwing family labored to build a new village in Gotland Bales. However, Clive convinces him to join his uncle's Triunity, and put his oratorial skills to use not merely in leading Lostwing, but in restoring order to the entire realm. Elwyn Rossfield, A Hidden Past. Late Archduke of the Grand Duchy of Rosaria and father of Clive and Joshua. During his reign, he strove to bring an end to the mistreatment of bearers and his people's reliance on magic. A mission that he knew would meet with fierce opposition from the court nobility, and would not be achievable within his lifetime. That his sons might follow in his footsteps, he fashioned for them a pair of matching armbands to give them strength when all stood against them. Byron Rossfield, as founding member of the Triunity. Younger brother of the late Archduke Elwyn and Warden of Port Isolde. Together with Field Marshal Eugen Havel and Master Quentin of Lostwing, he founds the Triunity, an accord that sets out how the nobles, armies, and common folk of Valisthea shall come together to see the crises that blight the realm, want of food, water, security, and shelter, ended and order restored. Eugen Havel, as founding member of the Triunity. Former Field Marshal of the Dalmekian Republic, at the insistence of his old friend and rival Byron Rossfield, he was convinced to return to the front lines in the defense of the realm, using his old military connections to bring the dissipated armies of Valisthea back under control. Alright, then we got Lay of the Land, the Cursebreakers, joining the ranks. A unit drawn from those of fighting age and martial training among the residents of the Hideaway, who conduct operations to liberate bearers from slavery. Beginning in Sid's Hideaway, the Order has greatly expanded both its ranks and its operations since the move to Benumir. While Otto manages their activities, day-to-day operations are led by Doris and Cole. Potential new recruits must undergo rigorous training and pass an induction test before joining the Cursebreakers' ranks. Balmung Dark, a Colosseum-like prison located immediately north of Ravenwit Walls in the Kingdom of Alud. Bearers sent here become the unfortunate subjects of an ambitious military endeavor designed to train untrainable beasts of war. When the kingdom fell and the wardens lost their wills to the ether, those same bearers were left in their cells to starve, which most did. Garnick, an idyllic mountain village in the kingdom of Waloed, or at least what remains of it. Here an old acquaintance of Harpocrates made his home, quietly amassing a vast collection of rare tomes before Ultima and Barnabas's machinations rendered the realm akashic and stripped him of his very will. The Badbach Conservatory, a dilapidated orphanage for bearers that sits upon a hill overlooking the verdant plains of Vidergrace, or Vidergraze, however that's pronounced, in Waloed. The children who lived here were not cared for, but rather experimented on, enduring harrowing tortures designed to turn them into fearless, mindless weapons, an education that few were to survive. The Triunity of 878, an alliance formed by Lord Byron Rossfield of the Seven High Houses in the comfort of his well-appointed mansion in Port Isolde. According to the agreement reached between those he summoned to his aid, Lord Rossfield would take charge of supplies, Field Marshal Eugen Havel of military affairs, and Quentin of Lostwing would handle political affairs. With these key angles covered, they hoped to lead Valisthea forward on a path of unity. Given their home countries of Rosaria, Dalmacia, and Sambrec, respectively, the name of the famed Treaty of Old all but suggested itself. Alright, Mysteries of the Realm. We have Airship. Let's see. Hidden Truths. Legend has it that the people of the Fallen once sailed through the skies in the bellies of these ships, though all now lie shattered and silent on the surface below. The Invincible, in which Clive and his allies have built their new hideaway, being one such relic. So advanced was the Fallen's technology, it was nigh indistinguishable from magic, leading a historian of the early modern era to remember them as the Men of Magitech, or Men of Magical Technology. It is Mid's dream to bring this technology back to life that humanity might take flight once more. And then dump it. The Deluge of Blood. A great war that occurred in ancient times between the few who bear the blessing and the many who do not. It ended in decisive victory for the unblessed masses and the signing of the Continental Accord, which cemented the systematic subjugation of the bearer minority. It was not until 100 years later that the first icons were to emerge, their human hosts being named Dominants, after the savior myth of the Circle of Malleus, which held that the Lord's return would be heralded by the appearance of his heavenly servants, most wondrous and most dominant. Such was the awesome power of these creatures that the authorities had no option but to exempt them from the system of slavery, announcing them to be something other than a lowly bearer and deserving of the highest honor, lest they should side with their fellow oppressed and bring a second deluge upon the masters' heads. Akashic Hidden Truths. The irreversible change brought about by a living being's overexposure to ether. Creatures are stripped of any intelligence or sense of self they may have once had, and become suffused with life force, usually manifesting as extreme strength and aggression. Ultima's casting of Primogenesis turned much of mankind directly, giving Barnabas his Akashic army, and with the despair they wrought, he sought to strip the wills of the rest, making them, in his eyes, pure. The Executors, a shadowy cabal who control the truth of the realm by collecting and concealing any knowledge they believe should remain hidden. They appear to view themselves as the guardians of humanity, protecting people from what would only cause them pain. From a distance, the shameful history of the enslavement of bearers is but one of the books the Executors would see expunged from the public record. And from a distance. A tome that lays bare the buried truth of the avarice and vanity of mankind. Upon its publication, the powers that be did everything in their power to inherit once more, along with its author. It tells the history of the bearers, those once worshipped and adored as bearers of the heavenly blessing, earning them the moniker they hold to this day, and how they came to be despised, oppressed, and enslaved by the unblessed masses. The shadowy Executor seize any copy that surfaces, in order to protect humanity from the painful knowledge contained within its pages. Or so they claim. Alright,
door
all
to the
caught up.
shall ever be open.
So, with that, we will go ahead and save and call it a night. So, upcoming streams. Tomorrow night, Blueberry is going to be playing Astro's Playroom. Saturday, we'll be back here on Final Fantasy. Maybe we'll finish. I don't know. There's lots of side quests and things to do. So, it's possible, but definitely not for sure. Sunday is GTA Online. Thank you all for coming. Hope you had fun. And I will see you all next time.